This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, November 2nd. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. I'm still kind of getting set up. I want to show you some things that I worked on this weekend. We're going to work in my new writing journal here. I have a little bit of a haul to show you, just a tiny haul from Rebecca Wills. Let me tell you guys, these online hauls, I went to Jacqueline Lovely Creating Lodge, I went to Debbie's, and I could not resist going to Rebecca's cell this weekend. So I'll be having some hauls in the next couple weeks. Let me sit down and get into my channel and see what's going on. We'll be able to welcome folks in here. Come on, go to my channel and to my live stream. There's Penelope and an ad. And I see two people up in the balcony. While they're getting comfortable, I will set my quality on my notepad so I can see the picture better. Come on. It's refusing to, there it goes, quality, advanced, from 480 to 1080, and I'll go ahead and set my chat filter to all messages. So welcome in. I see 4 people up in the balcony now. The balcony's getting full. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. So Penelope is here. Yeah. At one point, we're going to give her a new outfit. This is the writing journal that I'm putting together. And I will probably bind it offline, but we're going to arrange some more papers in there. And this is parchment paper. And I think this is paper that I got at Goodwill or somewhere. This is really nice parchment paper. And I got the presentation paper too. So this weekend, this was a gift from Annie V. It's a microfleur where you press and dry flowers in minutes. I went out this afternoon and gathered the last few flowers that I could find, and I microwaved them. We'll put this behind me and I'll show you the flowers here are just the little petals that are left. I might try to work these into some wax seals. So let me put this behind me and I'll show you the, hold on. Gotta close this drawer over here. It's causing me a, there we go. Like I said, these are, let me zoom in and fix my camera just a little here. And I'll probably have to zoom out later, but how is that? Is that better? Hi, Joyce. Welcome in, lady. How are you doing? It is good to see you. Joyce says hello. So I'm just going to put these up here for a minute, if they'll stay. And I'm going to hold these up so that you can see them. So I've dried these flowers in the microwave this afternoon. Now I did find that the larger ones, like these, were zinnias, and they had that larger piece down at the bottom is kind of dry here. But they did flatten out very, very nice. I don't know if you can see them on my hand. See them better down here. And I think the larger ones actually did better. So let me put these up here for a moment. And then here is another set. They did really nice. So I have something I might try with these tonight yet, but we'll come back to that. Let me sit back down here and pull this off. And carefully, very carefully put this on top of that box. Go back to that. Okay, that's safe and sound. Then, last Friday night, I was asking the gals in the Fib Diggity group if they got these pictures, these stickers that I cut, and nobody had them. Well, here they are. So I have sets of them here, and it ends with, I think that's, yeah, I think here's the ones with the proposal. I need to cut these and get these sent out. I was going to do it this weekend, and I'll tell you I'm good for nothing. And then here's the next set where they have a proposal, and then they have the trousseau, the wedding, the honeymoon, and the new house. So if you're in that group, I want to get these mailed out next week. I also need to mail out the November kits. I tell you guys, I am very, 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 very slow. Slow go. Let me set these aside too, where I can find them. All right, I'm just kind of going through things here. I showed Friday night, I had a set of candles. Let me turn this camera just a little here. It needs to. I just quite haven't got it set up from when I went down to the lake. There. Is that a little better? And then I'll push this for, whoops, there we go. And I think they were candles that were used at in a wedding. And these were probably, because they haven't been burnt, but she had them, and she said some of them are warped. But I took the wicks off of them and cut them in chunky pieces. I've got another set ready to go here. I just brought these in to show them to you, what I've been doing. I've got some more in the box. I probably have another bowl that I can make. And look, I made a candle. Now, I'm not sure about the wicks. I got an ad. Is Joyce the only one talking to me tonight? Well, Joyce. Did anybody else come in? Joyce is the only one. Joyce, you're my good friend tonight. Everybody else is off someplace. Thank you for popping in, Joyce. I'm just going to keep going but I got these. I think I showed this too, these bowls that I got at the last time I went to the thrift store. I got these bowls, and they were like 50% off, so I think these were $1.99, and I paid $1 for them. And then I have one that I paid $2 for. But I am going to be... You see 9 people watching? You see 9 people watching? Let me refresh my chat, because I only see you, Joyce. Chat filter. All messages. Well, there's 8 people out there. And you. But you're the only one I see talking to me. I'm going to light this candle just for a minute to see, because I haven't lit it yet. Now, I think I need to work on, this is the first candle I've ever really made, remelted and made, and it's really dented in the side here because I pushed it down because I was trying to center the wicks. So I might, as this gets melting, I might take one of these chunks. Well, I'm losing my match. One of these chunks and put in there and let it melt. Let's light this and see what happens. And I promise I'll be very careful. See if I can get my match lit. Oh. Do I have my pliers here, or can I just hold it like so? So yeah, and it was fun. It was fun to do this. I think I'm just making it black. I think I just need to drop it in there and let it, whoops. Sorry about that. I'll relight that one. See if I can't get this to melt down inside of it. Or I might take my heat gun too. I don't know. Oh, there it goes. So, I think that was quite a value. I'm going to get like 3 bowls of candles. Now, I might put some in smaller, because I have some smaller old candle dishes. Yeah, it's beginning to melt here. Maybe if I just hold that. You tell I'm breathing on it. Yes, Joyce, come on in and talk with me, folks. Let me reset my chat filter one more time here. Is Joyce the only one chatting? Joyce, is anybody chatting with you? I'm only seeing Joyce. I see 12 people up in the balcony. And Joyce is the only one chatting with me. I'll blow this out in a minute. I don't want to set my desk on fire. I did that one day, you know. So I was out in the yard today. We did have a pretty nice day today. Let me just take a paper here and in case I splatter any. Nobody else is in there. 9 are watching. I showed 12 watching now, but Joyce is the only one talking to me. Gosh, did I offend you guys? My wish is going to come true. Woo! Yeah, I will not leave these lit. I'll take them out on the TV, but set them on the TV. But I think I will take the heat gun here to this center one and see if I can't fill up that center hole there. Let's see if I can just melt it down. Well, Brenda came in. Hi, Brenda. It's good to see you, Brenda D. Brenda braved the chat room. I'm filling up the center hollow here of my candle. I need to find me a good pan. I did, I'm just going to leave that black on there. I did put them in a double boiler, and I watched it pretty good, because I really haven't melted candle wax before. I've frozen it. I put it in the freezer and frozen it to get out of the jars. But I really haven't melted it, so I kept a pretty close eye on it. Whoops. I think I'm going to get out. I have a newer heat gun. I'm going to get it out, and I'll take this one out in the porch. And we'll use it when we need a heat gun out in the back porch. We do a lot of stuff, different stuff out there. Having a heat gun handy would be nice. Let's see if I can break that down a little or turn it over maybe. Yeah. I think if I just press it down now, that might, and then hit it with the heat gun again, that might be all I need. Get some of this melted in there. There it's going. I want to do some wax seals too, but I haven't gotten there yet. I haven't gotten there yet. Oh, there you all are. Hi, Angie girl. Welcome in. Joyce, did you watch the game last night? Joyce said, nope, I forgot. Did we win? Who did we play? Joyce, we lost, and I think it was Oklahoma. Oh no! I slept pretty good last night, and I went out today to check my potatoes. And they're not very big. I don't know if I'm going to bring them in or not. I started to dig some up and they're yay round. But I'm going to try. I don't think any of our harvest, well, our cucumbers and zucchini did pretty good. I think I'm just going to leave it like this because by the time this other hardens, it will look white like this. So I'm going to quit on this. Let me unplug the heat gun. And we'll move on. I'm glad I didn't watch that, Joyce said. Angie says, we lost by 71. Oh my. I unplugged the wrong thing here. Hold on. Plug the notepad back in. Set it aside. And let's put my heat gun away. And I will take the candle, and it's not hot down at the bottom. Let me stand up. And let me make room for it here. And I'll put it away after the chat. I was looking for that paintbrush. I washed out my paintbrushes this afternoon. Let me set this down. And I'll just let it cool off. And then I'll set these others down. So I'm going to be making another, I think I'll make this one a 3-wick one, put one here, and one over here. But I need to devise a better way to put my wicks in because these were kind of wobbly. Wobbly wicks. Okay. Now what I have here, and boy did I buy Angie bowls Friday night. I think I got 3 or 4 Angie bowls. I have, as I was going through my things, I found another Dee Dee mail. I'm kind of trying to get it all in one spot. I'm going to do a Dee Dee journal. This is the one with her Alice in Wonderland. Isn't that cool? Can you guys see it? Oh, I'm lagging on my own channel here. I'm on here. Come on, get on the red dot. Isn't that cool? So I'm getting all my Dee Dee mail in one spot. It's about time I visit her channel and tell her how much I like her again. It wasn't going to happen this week. Let me put it over with my Dee Dee mail. I had to laugh at Allie Kay because we were talking about mail and she said, I'll check my Meri mail pile. I have these transparency films, and I think it was Teresa Church who said she was going to do a Meri, a clear page, and I want to take one of these out and see what they are, because I think these will make very nice pages because they're nice and clear, and I got a whole set of them. So I might use these. I'll keep them close. And I thought those flowers would go nice in here. So we might do one of those tonight. I'm going to set it down. And here's my Angie bowl full of glue sticks and stamps. It goes over here. And my paint brushes that I washed out. And of course my palette knife. I got all... I'm going to let that sit out for a while. Let me put these in the jar over here. My paint brushes, I'm really hard on paint brushes. I'm going to keep my palette knife out. The matches will go back out in the living room where I light candles on the TV. Now I think I need to maybe zoom out a teeny bit now because... Is that Sherry Van? Is that Miss Sherry Van who popped in here? Let me get my camera set up again here. Oh. again. Angie, she says, how are you? I'm painting mangers, so I'll be in the balcony listening. You're painting mangers. Are you getting ready for Christmas? She says, hello, Mary. Angie says, hi, Sherry. Sharon which Sharon popped in? Sharon Lombard? Hi, Sharon, it's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. She says, hello, everyone. Thank you guys for popping in. And is my camera still, or is it just my paper that was crooked? This is ledger paper. I gotta turn that fan back toward me. Whew. I'm going to cut some of it for this journal. And you know, I should have written the page size. Let me get a pencil. And we were talking about rulers Friday night. And one gal posted and she was telling me some different sizes. But I was looking at this ruler closer. And what really confused me about this ruler is that it has, well, it's good here, but it's not good over here. It's 1/4 inch in here. You get a 1/4, an 1/8, and a 1/16. But over here, they switch it out, and it's really confusing because there are 5 spaces here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's not the same as over here. And after chat, I was thinking about it, and I'm going, these are tenths. These are tenths of an inch here. And I was complaining about it. Okay, it's 5 inches by, I'm going to write it on here, 5 inches wide, so I won't forget the next time I want, by 7 3/4. No, 7 3/4. 7 3/4. 7 3/4 inches height. So, my paper, I've got a couple of paintbrushes that need to be put away. I'm trying to set up another writing journal. Now, I was getting ledger paper from Rebecca today, and I told her I wanted it for my writing journal, but I think I'm going to go ahead and use this. And I don't mind if it already has writing on it. It does up at the top, but not down at the bottom. So it would be nice if this is 10 inches. And it is. So 5 inches wide, I can cut it here, and 7 1/4 would be, I'm going to mark it. Let's see. Let's just pull it out here. I'm going to get this out of my way. And I don't know where I got this, but it's really nice. I don't know, I might have gotten this from Pearl at one time. I've had it around. I could have gotten it from Johnny, or when I was still buying from Johnny. I don't know where this came from. So 7 1/4 is here. I'm going to mark it twice. 7 1/4. 7 1/4. And now I'm not going to cut all of this. I think I counted the number of pages in the text block, and it was like, I had 320, and I think they had 380 or 389. 7 1/4. So let me draw a line here, and I think I might have enough for another set here. I do 7 1/4. Oh, this is going to be nice. 7 1/4 and 7 1/4. So I'll have, out of this one sheet of paper, I will have 8 pages, because there's 4 pages, 1, 2, and then the back is 3, 4. And this is a folio. I might have gotten this from Debbie Epps, because she's always somebody, she usually dyes her paper. So if I do 3 of these, well, I got 4 in my hand. If I do 4, that's 8. This is backwards. 8, 16. That's 32 pages. That's pretty good. And now I still have a stack left. Let's see, I'll take this. So I'm going to cut these, and I still have all of this left to use. I might have gotten this from Pearl. I feel like I got this from Pearl when I bought that those French papers. Okay. Let me look at chat. Hi, Juju. Welcome in, Miss Juju. It's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. What are you up to? Are you streaming tonight? I'm going till 10. So I'm going to cut these one at a time at 7 1/4 and 5, which I think is probably right down that line, but that's okay. And then we're going to incorporate those into my, and then I have some parchment paper. And I'll just cut the papers tonight. I will not, oh, you know what? I'm going to have to cut it this way first. This way. 7 1/4. And I'll cut one and check her out. 7, and of course the 4th is the 4th is right in there, I think. Where my mark is. And so the 4th comes right with that little edge there. I don't like, they should make a 4th. I don't like how where it bends, we lose our, and it happens to be right at 7 1/4. All right, let's see what's going to happen here. So we'll cut that. And that's 7 it may be just a teeny bit off, but not by much. And then I just have an inch. Looks a little off to me. And then we want to cut this at 5, which is down that line. Well, just a little off of it there, but it'll get. Now, do I want to do that though? I think I want to fold that, not cut it. I want to cut it here. Whew, caught myself. I caught myself from messing up my pages here. And I want it to come right in there. And then I'll fold it in half like this. And that should fit my pages. Let's verify. I gotta get them out here. See, these are my pages. So this should be, it's a little shorter. This I've got cut a little bit taller, but I've only cut one. I made these 7.5. How come, did I measure this text block? Did I make a goof? I've only cut one page, so let me, where's my ruler? Let me remeasure here. Oh yeah, it's 7 3/4. 1/2, 7 3/4. Oh, and that's what I wrote, and I cut it at 7 1/4. So I need to take that. This one will just be a little shorter. I don't mind that. The one I cut. I still have enough. So this one will cut good. I won't have to cut on that 7 3/4 mess. Let me put this back up here. And this one, I need to, yeah, these, I'll have 4 pages that are just a little bit smaller, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind that. So there are those. Now, let's measure 7 3/4 here. 1 page. And 7 3/4. I'd rather cut it at 7 3/4 because it's easier to see the lines. So sometimes I buy this paper and I keep it around until I find what I want to use it for. Oh, you know what? 7 3/4 isn't quite making it. It's 7 1/2. So there'll be different sizes of the ledger paper, which is okay. It's okay. It'll be fine. It's only 32 pages, I think, out of 300. Seems like maybe I need to check my measurements again here. Did I put this at 7 3/4 or 8 3/4? I think I might have cut this to, no, it goes this way. No, I cut it at 7 3/4. So I'm fine with the height of one and then the other one's smaller. So my pages are going to be different sizes. That's all right. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. So 7 3/4. I like these folios. Debbie Epps will, and I bought a couple. She'll dye folios, and they're probably about this size. And some dyed folios would be nice, wouldn't they? The width is okay. It's just the, as far as I know, the width is okay. It's just the height varies by a half inch or 1/4 inch. Last one. And I don't mind if it has writing on it, because I could put a picture in there, I could put a picture here, I could make a note over that. I'm really enjoying making my own writing journals. They're not workbook style, they're more diary style. I write things in there that I want to remember. Like when I made my candles this weekend, I put a little note, made candles. But I want to do some more workbooks. And, well, I'm knocking something off on the floor. I'm really enjoying making these. All right, last one. There we go. All righty. Now, let's fold these in half. And I do like to use the, if I can find it here, I like to use my scoreboard. And I need my, wherever I put that, I might have put it away, or I might have dropped it. Oh, there it is, my scoring tool. And what I like to do, and I was showing this Friday night, I think, I like to just put it in the corner, and it helps me keep my pages even. Do I have that test one in here? Let's see how it looks with this. This is what I did the other night. So, yeah, they're the ones that are 7 1/4 match up. Well, no, this is not quite 7 1/4. See, I got a little off, but that's okay. I don't mind it being a little off. This one should match up. It was just a little off. Mama Juju says she's crafting away. She is streaming tonight, so looking for Mama Juju at 10 o'clock. No, it's not blue. It's kind of got a light, very, very light green tint to it. Very, very light greenish tint. It might look a little light blue on the notepad there, or on your device. So I shopped at Jacqueline's Friday night. I bought paper. She didn't have a lot of paper, but I bought some. And I bought a lot of Angie bowls. She had a few pieces of dyed fabric, which were green for Christmas. I bought a lot of batik fabric from Rebecca this afternoon. Rebecca was selling from her But Rebecca used to do a lot of quilting. Quilting and beading. This one's cut a little awkward. I'll have to straighten that up when I put it in the book. So not cut straight. She does a lot of beautiful beading. She does some tatting. I didn't buy any of her tatting because I was buying ledger paper and fabric, and I can do my own tatting. She was selling little tatted doilies. I did buy some of her beaded sets of, she was selling them in a set. She was selling things at a discount, like her batik fabric. Batik fabric is pretty darned expensive, true batik fabric. And she was selling it at a discount. I like to shop with Rebecca Wills. Rebecca is spelled like the biblical Rebecca with the K, R-E-B. I think it's E-K-A-H. Rebecca. And there were not a whole lot of people in there this afternoon, so I didn't get everything I bid on, but I got quite a few nice things. More than what I should have. At one point I had to leave because I was buying just because she was selling. And I said, "What are you doing, Meri? You better stop or you're going to go bankrupt." I certainly don't need any more stuff. Okay, there is that. And I'm going to take these, and they're not all the same height, but that's quite all right. I'm going to take them and put them in a stack here, and kind of press down on the I didn't get much done this weekend. I did make that candle, and I dried those flowers. And those were things I wasn't planning on doing. Oh, here's one. I left it out. Okay. So I should have 32 of these. 1, 2, make sure that they're all on the fold. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I won't have 32. I'll have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I have more than what I thought I have. I thought I only had 32 pages, but 16 times 4 is what, 64? I have 16 of these, and that makes sense because I cut up 4 sheets. Does that make sense? I must have cut up more than 4 sheets. 1, 2, 3. There's 1, 2 sheets. I cut up more than 4 sheets. There's 3 sheets, 4 sheets. I cut up more than 4 sheets. 5, 6, 7. I cut up 8 sheets. Cut up. All right, well, I guess I have 64 sheets, and I have these. And I think they're thinner, but I think I have 40 of these. I have more of these than I do of those. And these are a little heavier, so I am going to, let's see. I think I had 4 pages in 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. I made 10 signatures with 4 of those, and I'll come back in and put in my, let's get this organized here. We'll come back to those. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. This paper is really thin. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm going to put it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta get 2 more on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so I've got 4 of those sheets in a signature, and what did I say I had? 16 of these. 16 will not go. I can get 1 in each one with 6 left over. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I need 2 more pages. 1, 2. Which would be good, because I could put 1 on the outside and 1 on the inside. 2, 3, 4, and then I'll do these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these that have 6 in there, I'm going to stack up like so. And these need another page in each one. Uh-oh. Did I goof? One, two, three. One, two, three, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one goes to something. I'll have to recount. I got an extra sheet. I got an extra 2 sheets. I'll have to recount. I'm probably in one of those. But I'll put it there for now. So I'm going to cut 2 more ledger sheets. So I can have 2 ledger sheets in each. 1. And these are really nice, too. I don't know where I got them, but I'd like to have a whole book of them. I might have gotten them from Rebecca at one time. I like to use them. I like them because they're vintage. All right, I want to cut this at 7 3/4. 7 3/4. Right there. didn't quite cut because it's up on the... Let me cut it with my scissors. Alright. I only need... No, I need 4. What's going on here? How come that's there? No. Having some issues with my cutting here. Alright, then I need to cut these in half. Old paper. I don't want to cut there, it's tearing up. It's kind of got an old binding on it here that's causing it to, my blade to catch on it. My fingernail catches on it. And it's stuck in the groove there. All right. Onward. Yeah, it's kind of in the center there. It's kind of good thing I'm only cutting a couple sheets here. This one's not bad. Not too bad. Old paper. It was the binding in the journal that in the center here that my blade's catching on it. Last one. There we go. Got gunk in the center here. All right. So let's fold these in half. I'm loving these pages. I'm loving the old writing on them. I think I either got these from Rebecca or Pearl, and I'm tending to think I got them from Pearl at the same time that I got that French magazine from her. I got some from Johnny a long time ago. I know I still have it. It had French mailers in it, and it still had some of their, see, this has a ripped. I don't mind it, but Johnny's was a different paper. It was more horizontal, and these are more vertical. And it was like 14 inches long this way. And I still have it here someplace. It'll get put in a journal eventually. Last one. All right. Now, so I get these papers mixed up. One, make sure it's a fold. One, two, three, four. And then I want two. We'll use them from here. One, two. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2. And this has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2. And this has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2. I don't know quite what I did here, because these only have 2. So I'm going to set this aside. I'm not sure what I did here. Did I get them all out of the, yeah. Let's check these. 1, 2. Oh, here we go. This only has, well, now I got one with 3. 1, 2. This one's not complete. We'll put it up there. Probably have 5 in one of these. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Make sure my pages, sometimes I bind them and I find out that I bind it wrong. 2. Especially on these thinner ones. All right. So that's good. Looks like I have some extra pages. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I always mess up someplace. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. How did I get that lacking a page here? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I got extra paper. I don't know how unless one blew off on the floor. So I'm just going to take these. When I bind them, I'll make it right. I'm not going to do any binding tonight. I might want to put some parchment paper in there. I still have this one, which is not complete. 1, 2, it only has 3. It only has 3 of these. I don't know what happened to the 4th, but I'll make it right. And then 1, 2, I need 2 of these. And I got 2 extra of these. 1 short and 2. I'll just put all these together. I'll put them at the back. And let's see how it fits my book now. And of course, I'll have to make sure that all my folds are on one side, because I don't think I have it right. But I think I'll just have enough room for a piece of parchment paper in each one, because I can still get some. See, I've got about a 1/2 inch maybe in there. By the time you bind it and it makes it nice and tight, I think I got about a 1/2 inch. And what I have, boy, it's making a nice writing journal. See, I love it because I can kind of hold. See, it's not quite full yet because I've got space in there. But let me. This is parchment paper. And this is nice, and it's nice and thick. And I've got like 500 sheets of it. And let me tell you, parchment paper is expensive paper. And I got this in a big bundle of papers. A big bundle. Not all, there was parchment and there's some other papers too. Some just notebook paper. There were some file folders. I think there were some envelopes. I can't remember. It's all, I've got it here, but I'm not going to go hunt it up. So I'm going to count out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, and I'm going to pull out 11. And if I only have 10 signatures, I'm not sure how many. I'm kind of confused on my signatures. Then I can use the other in my writing journal, my Inktober that I'm still working on. Now this is 8.5 by 11. So I have to cut it 2 ways, right? Let's see. Let me think. 5 and 5 is 10. I have to cut it this way and this way. And I think that's what I did with these. And I'm going to do it tonight. I hope you guys can bear with me. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. Hold on. I'm in my world. I'm in my world. Come on, chat filter. What are you doing? Let me. Oh, messages. So who's here? Sherry Habing? Hi, Sherry. Was it you who came in? I thought it was Sherry Van. Was it you? I thought I saw Sherry Van, too. Hi, Sherry. Angie says, it's about time to drink that hot green tea. Mama Juju says, hi Linda. Linda Rance, welcome in, Linda. It's good to see you. Mama Juju is here. She says, get warm, Angie. Angie says hello to Linda. They're all greeting each other. I appreciate that you guys say hello to everybody. Vale is here. Hi, Vale. Welcome in, Miss Vale. Karen K is here. Hi, Karen. You guys, go look at my post tab. You might have to scroll down one. Karen did a short of a cute little teddy bear and was it a kitty cat? It was a teddy bear, and was it a kitty cat walking the teddy bear down to the lake? I can't remember. It was so cute. I am so proud of you to do that, Karen. Vale's here. She says, evening, Linda. Linda popped in. She says, hi, everyone. Sherry Haven says, you had me at purple papers. Mama Juju, Vale says, Juju, that purple paper you dyed wins the best over. Did you dye paper, Juju? Oh my. Mama Juju, oh Mary, I love that book. Isn't that book fun? This book I know I got it from Johnny. And she said it was water damaged, not this, but the water damage was along here. And I took Clorox, and you have to use a heat gun. You can't just put Clorox on there. You've got to heat it. And that's what distresses your book cover. And I hit it with the heat gun to distress it. And then I took some gold and enhanced this around in here. So it was already a distressed book. I think this is the one I got from Johnny. I have a couple of them that I've distressed. But it was Johnny's that I distressed first, because I think it was because of this in here. I think I did this, and this was already there. And this is embossed. You can't see it very well, and I think by putting the heat gun and I tried to bring it out, but it's not showing up very well on here. I'm way off of my red dot. And then when I try to hit it, I get an ad. Come on. There we go. It doesn't show up very well in here. I'm deciding whether I want to leave it or not. I can feel it, but you can't really see what it is. I think it's a shield and something else in there. And I saved the text block. The text block is the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, and Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, and the journal of John Woolman, and some works by William Penn. And I'm kind of interested in the pages of the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, but I probably will not work them into here because I'm getting pretty thick here. So this is going to be a writing journal. I have several writing journals in progress. Let's see. Mary, is that blue ledger paper? No, I answered that one. I thought I saw, did Sherry Van come in here, or did I call Sherry Haven Sherry Van? There's Sharon, yeah, Sherry Van. So I had two Sherrys in here tonight. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't messing up. Renee Suzanne. Hello, hello, hello. Did you send some gift memberships, Renee? Bless your heart. Who won them? I can't read off of my tablet very well. Let me go check this out, Renee. I haven't seen you in a coon's age. And here you are, gifting memberships. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Let me go and see what's going on here. Oh, little boy is talking to his cat. I'm in the wrong channel. I need to get back to my channel here. And we need to come to my live. And we need to skip the ad. Renee says, hello, Zena. Oh, did Zena come in here? Hello, Leslie Casey. Hi, Leslie and Zena. Joy says, wow, thanks. Let's see what happened here. Renee gifted, sent 10 gift memberships. Wow, 10 of them. I only gift 5. Renee, you are so generous. Zippity Doodah received a gift membership. Zena, the Sassy Crafter. Vicky Sullivan. And B Barbie, I think she's the one who let me win the watercolors I wanted so bad. That was quite a while ago. And Claire and Leslie Casey and Di and Angry Bear. Renee, that was so sweet of you to do that. So, oh, and 2 more. Secret Squirrel Ami, and Cindy White. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Renee. Have Sherry on the brain. Thank you so much. I can't gift 5 tonight because I just paid my bills today. But I can gift, I can't gift 10, but I can gift 5. Let's see if I can add to that. Thank you so much for doing that. Now, if you happen to be in here or watching the replay and trying to figure out what's going on, you have to opt in to receive your membership. If you don't want to opt in, that's up to you. That's fine. It's all good as far as I'm concerned. And it's free for a month. And if you choose not to continue it after that, it's kind of like a magazine subscription. You say, oh, I'll take the freebie, and then they automatically will send you a bill for the next month. And it's $1.99 plus any processing fee, if whatever credit card you have or however you choose to pay for it. So I think my $1.99, I buy my own membership for myself, and it costs me $2.12. So it's not very much a month, but if you choose, a lot of people just don't have that extra money out of their budget to spend here and spend there and spend there. I completely understand that, you guys. So if you choose not to opt in, don't feel like I'm going to have bad feelings, because I understand. And I still don't know what happens to the money if people choose not to opt in. I would hope that it would go back to the person that gifted it, but I don't know. I have no idea. I have to research that. I don't know what happens to that extra money. I'm sure YouTube probably keeps a little, and there's processing fee to take care of. I don't know what happens if somebody doesn't opt in. I don't know if it just falls down a black hole in YouTube's coffers. I don't know. All right, I'm going to gift 5. And I can do it right online because it's a one-tap buy, and it just goes and grabs it out of my account. There's no passwords to see and everything. It goes out and... Oh, it's asking me for my password. I usually don't have to do that. Oh, you know why? I can't do this now. I reset my password. Let me try it one more time. But it probably will it will probably, I'll probably have my password wrong. I had to reset my password, my Google password. I'm sure that's what it's asking for. Let me try it one more time. Let's see. And I don't want to go through the process tonight of saying, did you forget your password? Let me do the, I'm doing it offline here, off of the, yeah, the password you entered was incorrect. I'll have to redo my password. I can't do it tonight on the spot. But thank you, Renee, for doing that. That was so sweet. That was so sweet of you to, and congratulations to the people who won the memberships. Whoops. Congratulations. Renee says, hello, Sharon, I miss you. And Sharon says, I missed you too. Vale, what did Vale say? Renee says, hello, Joyce. Joyce says, hi, Renee. Yeah, messy palette die. Now, you have the opportunity to win this more than once. I think Die has already won one. And I think somebody else won it more than once. Angel Rose, Vanessa Angel Rose Designs has won it more than once. Allie K is here. Look what Renee did. Renee is so sweet. That is so sweet, Renee. Thank you so much. And wait, what's this? Oh, that's Renee, isn't it? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Renee. It just touched my heart. And I think I'm all caught up with chat. Let's see. Vale said, thank you for the gifty from Jay. I'm using it now in my new altered book. Who are you talking to, Vale? Did I give you a gifty or are you talking to somebody else? Vale, I have mail to send you. And I have not sent out, for those of you that may be waiting for the November zine kits, I haven't sent them out yet. They're going to be late. I do want to get, I showed the pictures for the Harrison Fisher altered book that we're working on. I'm going to send those out for sure next week. And then we have one more set. And I feel like I'm pressured to get all this done, but you know, we were going to end that book by the end of the year anyway. So it's still just November. So I'm kind of right on time with my stickers for that. But we picked up this Burzine project. And that's what we're doing in our Fibdiggity room 2. And those of you who won gift memberships, if you opt in, you will be a part of the Fibdiggity Creators Group. And if you go out there, let me show you, because I don't mind. I think I can show you on this channel. Let's see. I have to get out of chat. I have to come here and come way over here to memberships. So, this is the book here that we are altering. Well, I'm altering the book, but I'm copying pages and putting them on the drive. I can only do, it's all in the public domain. This book is in the public domain. It's a Harrison Fisher book, which is a lot of kind of Victorian, why do things slip my tongue when I want to think of it? But and that's what we've been doing since January. And then we're doing, this is a video where, my gosh, it's been a month. It's been a month. stream 1 month ago. We are doing what now our current project is called Zines, BER, and we're doing zines, October, November, and December. And I'm way behind. My October was crazy. We have live streams. We need to set up a November live stream. If you join the first room, which is only 99 cents a month, I'm only charging 99 cents and $1.99. Those are the two lowest prices that YouTube will let me charge, because I'm not in it for the money. I got started with the memberships because I wanted to add another layer to my channel. And so, but I am doing a little borders book, and that's around here somewhere. And I need to get out there and do another video. But you can see here I'm drawing these little teapots. And this is more just more videos, member videos out there. And sometimes I forget, and then you can see your posts in your membership area too. And here is week 1, Lucia did. This was a post. This was a post that I did, and I linked to Lucia's channel, like I did a post. Her video is not on my channel. The link to her video is on my channel through a post. That's why you're seeing Lucia there. So you'll see posts out there. So that's kind of what's going on in the membership area for those of you who may or may not be interested. Let me get back into my chat here. Just get out of it here. Come back. Come back here. Come back here. Come back. Come back. There. And let's see what you guys are talking about. Angie, sleep sound. Did Angie go back to bed? And there's Kitty Jen. Hi, Jen. See, I don't understand why YouTube, Kitty Jen and Arlene both. I think Arlene finally won one. I think Becky gifted some memberships, and Arlene won one, but it could be over with by now. But I don't understand why Angie and Kitty Jen and Arlene, they're always in my chat. Oh, I got a bra ad. They're always in my chat. And YouTube says, well, we pick out your most loyal fans. And then they give me somebody who is, does not come consistently to my streams. And I have a bone to pick with YouTube about that, because I would love to, if I could pick, I'd pick out who I know is loyal, like Angie and Kitty Jen and Arlene, and some of you who consistently come to my chats and support my channel. Now I'm on a YouTube rant. The other rant I have about it is YouTube supposedly gives away 10 memberships every month, like what Renee did here. She gifted 10 of them. Thank you, Renee. That was so sweet. But I can't get to them on mobile. You have to set it up. You have to stream on your desktop in order to use that. And I'm going, what? So potentially, I've been doing my membership area since January. It's been 11 months. I have lost out on gifting 110 free memberships, just simply because I don't stream on my laptop. I don't have a microphone on my laptop. So, it went kaflooey on me. So, and I prefer streaming on my phone anyway, because I can hold it in my hand. But, that's not fair of YouTube to not put it on mobile. I notice Angie never gets gifted. It's so odd. It's not fair. I know. And Angie's in here all the time. And so is Kitty Jen. She pops in a lot on Sunday nights. Kitty Jen, welcome in. There's Lala. Whoops, there's an ad. Hi, Lala. I hope you're good. She says she's really tired tonight. My body says it's later than it is. I love you all. Thank you, Lala. You go get some rest. Thank you for popping in and saying hello to everybody. Let's see. Sherry Haybean. Evening, Kitty Jen. Hi, 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 hi. Renee. She says, Vale says, Renee, I love your music. Yeah, Renee's been doing a lot of music on her channel. Okay, I want to, what time is it? It's 7:30. I've got a little time. I want to cut these down for my journal. I hope you guys don't mind. I want to really get this done. I have so much I've got to do. All right. So I need to cut it 10 inches one way and 7 3/4 height. So let's do the 10 inches first. And hopefully cutting those did not ruin my blade on that where it was sticking. We'll see. So 10 inches. And I'm going to do it both at the same time. So, and 7 3/4 this way. And so this is parchment paper, 500 sheets of it. You guys, that's just totally blows my mind that I got, because this is nice paper. All right, 10 inches this way. Somebody up there knew I needed some nice paper and sent it my way. My brother had a VA appointment at the Veterans. He gets yearly checkups. And his doctor called in sick. So we have to go back, but that's okay. Anyway, and he had his eyes. He had an eye checkup and they dilated his eyes. So he drove up there, but after they dilated his eyes, he didn't want to drive. So I drove and I said, do you mind if we stop at that new Goodwill? It's really not a new one. They moved to a different spot and I hadn't been there. And he sat out in the car while I was shopping at that Goodwill. And I found this great big bag of paper. And then, I'll tell you, I got this parchment paper in there on a tin. And I'm just thrilled. And for that huge bag of paper, I mean, it was big. It had all sorts of paper in it. Had file folders. It had notebook paper. But I like notebook paper too. And I think it had some envelopes. Let's see. I want 7 3/4. And 500 sheets of parchment paper is not cheap. You go to Hobby Lobby and try to buy parchment paper, you might get 50 sheets for $7 or $8. Now, I'm not saying that's the truth, but it's around that price. The nicer parchment paper like this. I know, because I bought some. I bought some lavender. All right, 7 3/4. And this, of course, is a cream color. And 10. Well, I'll have my journal just about ready to bind, because I can't get much. One thing I want to put in this one that I did not put in the one I made last year is I want a pocket, an envelope in the back to hold things. I really miss not having, because I'll put things in there that I want to put in the book, but I don't have time. And so I just slip it in the last few sheets and it's always fallen out. and 7 3/4. I've just got a few more sheets here. And then I'll move on to something else, because I'm probably boring the bejeebies out of you guys. Sherry says, hi. Hi, Carol. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? And boy, did I think of Carol when I went to Barnes & Noble the other day. I had a wore me out, but I had to go to Lincoln for a appointment with the oral surgeon. I'd been putting it off for 2 years. Finally, I said, okay, I'll go. And it was just the consultation. And he was really nice. I don't usually get along with dentists, let me tell you. And he said, when you're ready. I'm never going to be ready. And anyway, so we don't have bookstores around here. So I went to Barnes & Noble, and I was looking at their leather-bound their leather journals, their covers with leather journals, because I wanted one like what I got when I lived up in Madison. I know I've talked about this before. I hope I'm not boring you guys. But let me tell you, they're not what they used to be. There's not as much paper in them. The leather they did not impress me. Their leather bound journals. They weren't bad. They just were not what I was expecting. I was expecting like something I got 5 years ago. Not 5 years ago, probably 15 years ago now. Because I've been down here coming up in June, I've been down here in Nebraska for 10 years. And it doesn't seem like it. It seemed like I just moved from Wisconsin. I was very reluctant coming down here. I did not really want to come back to Nebraska, but I had no choice. And I look back on it and I'm going, and I know I've said this before, I moved down here in 2016, and I didn't really want to come back to Nebraska, but my family is in Nebraska, and 2020 hit, and I was grateful to be around family, even though we were not hit that bad. Well, Nebraska got hit with, there were people who passed away, but my brother and I did not go out that much, and it did not impact us personally that much. I think it probably got my ex-sister-in-law. They say it didn't, but they moved her up to Omaha. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see the death certificate. But she passed away in 2020. And that kind of impacted my family. Even though it may or may not have been from COVID, it still was and she was like a sister to me. We weren't, we weren't fighting or anything. I would still go visit her and all of that, and she still talked to my brother. She had to do a lot of forgiving, let me tell you. And so did he. But they worked it out. Now, I thought I was going to have to find a new place to live. But it didn't work out that way. She was like a sister to me. We believed a lot of the same things. I miss her, but she's in a much better place. And she went before her mother. Her father passed away before either one of them. She was an only child. but her mother outlived her. Her mother was in her 90s. And it was so sad because when she passed away, her dad had already passed away. And so we had to put her into a nursing home, and then COVID hit and nobody could go visit her. That was really sad. That was really a sad part of our history, of our current history. But yeah, Nebraska certainly was impacted by COVID like the other states. Probably not as much because we're rural, but there were Lincoln and Omaha, and the larger towns and cities where there's more. Let's just hope we don't go through that again. And I think this will just about fill up this book. And I'm going to do Coptic binding. That's the text block. I'm going to take these signatures out. I put those odd ones at the back. And I'm not going to count out my sheets again. I'm just going to put one of these in each. Well, that must be the back. Let me turn this over. 1, 2. I'm going to put one. I'm just going to put it in like this. And then I'll straighten it all out when I bind it. Because I want to work these sheets in with these. And these sheets are just sheets I got off of Amazon because I wanted to see what they were. And they'll be okay to write on. I've been using the Tombow markers. And then Dee Dee Willingham got me started on using those felt tip Sharpies that don't bleed through, and it works on these. This paper's really thin. It's pretty thin paper. And the ledger paper's thick and the parchment paper's thick. But I've got 4 sheets of the Amazon paper, 2 ledger sheets, and 1 parchment. And hopefully 10 signatures, but I might have an extra. I'll straighten all that out offline. I just want to get them together. And it's going to make a nice journal. And I'll be putting other things in here. I'll have to trim up the pages when I bind it. I'll have to make sure all of these fit in nice and trim the extra. Is there an extra one there? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I found my extra sheet. Keep that out. I'll make sure I have 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I found my extra sheet that I was missing. And I got 1, 2 there. It's at the bottom. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I have fun making these, and if I make it a writing journal, it's something that I use. But at Jacqueline's sale, I bought one of Lori Paint Girlie's journal, and I think it was an old Reader's Digest book. I think it was a 1930s Reader's Digest book that she converted. Let me tell you, she does nice work, Lori Paint Girlie. If you haven't bought any of her things, she sells with Jacqueline on Friday nights when Jacqueline does sells for vendors. Angie sells her bowls. Jacqueline sells. Somebody else, Amy K. Is it Breckman? I forget what Amy's last name is. But she said that next week, I think she's going to have some Tim Holtz fabric on sales. You might want to make note of that. Uh-oh. Is this the one with only 3? This one only has 3 sheets. Let's put this one in there. 4, and then 2 of these, and 1 of these. I'm going to have to make sure those 10 sheets are so thin that 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Well, 1, 2. Yeah, I had some extra sheets here. So I'm still missing a sheet. I'm going to have to go through. I'm going to have to go through and figure out where my extra sheet is. And then these are extras. All right. I'll do all that later offline. 1, 2. Boy, that feels awful thick. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here it is. 5. There we go. It was in there. That feels better. And then this one should only have 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I think I got it straight. Now, let's see if I have 10 signatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yay! She did it. Oh, I'm going to love this as a writing journal. And I think it just will fit in there. I still have room in there, but room will be nice. Let's see, because if I bind this, I'm going to do Coptic style binding. And then what I do, after I do that Coptic style binding, I put glue on the back of this to help hold these together, because it just works. It holds them together tight like that. And even if I do that, see, I still have plenty of room in there. I still have room in here. So if I don't bind it tight, I'll have room for, see, I'll have room to add stuff in there. Like a pocket at the back. That's probably what I'll do. Of course, my ledger papers are upside down. I'll probably put a pocket here. And maybe even a pocket on the front. And that way I can hold things. And then I want a pen holder. But right now I need to concentrate on binding. But I'm not going to do that tonight. Offline, I'm going to go through all these signatures and make sure that everything's like what I want it. All right. What else was I going to do tonight? Let me go read chat again. I was going to do some other things tonight. I have to think about it here. Let me get my phone out. I want to thank Renee Suzanne for gifting 10 memberships. That was so sweet of her to do that. Let me refresh my chat. All messages. Oh! Live chat. There we are. Now I think I have to go to all messages. All messages. Carol said she'd be right back. Dale said, Lori creates lovely feminine journals. I'm grateful that I have one of them. I have several of Lori's journals. I have some that I used as one that I used. It was a Edith, no, I want to say Holden. Is that right? The country journal that I made into a gardening journal. And I've used that for several years. It's nice to see that my gardening journal this year, I put it in my writing book that I'm using right now. So I really didn't put my notes and everything in that garden book, but maybe next year I'll do it again because it's nice to see the different years. Oh, I got out of my chat. Allie K says, hi, all I missed. I was lurking for a bit. Well, lurking is fine. You got things to do. Hi, Di. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Dia's Messy Palette. Sherry Van is here. She says hello to Allie K. Sherry Habing says it was good to see everybody here tonight. It was, Sherry, and it's so good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Some of you I haven't seen for a while. Carol, Di, Vale, Kellyanne. Kellyanne does this beautiful beadwork. That I can't wear jewelry. You notice I don't wear much jewelry. I mess with it and I break it. And but what did I buy? I bought something of yours, Kellyanne. That wasn't jewelry. What did I buy? I think I bought. Did I buy some of your quilling? Kellyanne also does quilling. I bought something. I can't remember. I'll when I get the I'll find out what it was. Di popped in. Carol was here. Was here. She says, what kind of leather cover are you looking for? Size? Oh, you know, I don't have anything specific, Carol. I think Carol's gone. She took a break. But I don't really have anything right now that I'm looking for. I was looking to see if I could find one like one I had a couple years ago, several years ago. And if I found it, I would buy it. They cost $49, $50. And what broke my heart is the quality has gone down in them. The same journals that they were selling 10 years ago, the quality's not there. I wouldn't pay $50 for them. I'd buy one from somebody else. But I enjoy making these out of old books. And this will be my writing journal for next year, probably. I know I've started several other writing journals, but this one fits my hand. This will be my writing journal. Renee says, hello, Lala. Lala is here. Sharon Lombard. Dale says, evening to Carol. Dale said, Mary, I was thanking you for the paper pack you gifted through Jacqueline. Well, you're very welcome. I know you've gifted me things, Vale. You know, we kind of like to gift each other things. And you know what? It supports Jacqueline. And when you buy things from Kelly and Paint Girly and Angie, the Angie Bowls, it supports them as creators. You know, it may not be huge amounts. I mean, because we can't pay thousands. When you buy a journal or, I think I bought some of, did I buy some of, I can't remember. Angie was selling yo-yos too. And I was thinking how fun it would be to put some tatting on a yo-yo. You know, a yo-yo, you draw it tight in the center, and you could put a little tatting in there. I think I bought one. I can't remember if I bought some or not. I just don't remember what I bought. I don't make a list. I just go, ooh, that's cool, you know. And I end up, but I do know I bought Angie's oval bowl. And it's the only oval bowl that she's made. And Jacqueline put a pair of scissors in it. And I'm going to keep it to show this, the size. And I'm going to keep it here on my desk because, as I said, well, I'll probably put pencils and stuff in it. My pens, I lose my pens and pencils. They're all over here. I'll probably put my scissors in there too. But you know, Jacqueline would put a Sharpie in there. But see, I can't wait to get Angie's bowl, the oval one. And then I want a giveaway where I got a little mini Angie bowl, and then I think I bought 2 others that were like $15 ones. Were they $15 ones or $8 ones? I can't remember. I bought some of her larger size ones. So I stocked up on Angie bowls this time. Let's see. They're saying hello to Kellyanne. Kelly's saying, oh, my chat is a blank white screen. I know, that happens to me too. It goes away sometimes and I can't find you guys again. We're back to Lala saying, Carol says, I've embroidered on a yo-yo. Ooh, I'll bet that was neat. Did you embroider on it before you gathered it? Or did you, I would think you would have to. Ooh, I'll bet that was pretty. I'll bet that, knowing Carol's needlework, you guys, she's excellent. She's just excellent. Her needlework is just above par. It's just excellent. Vale says, I want to buy an oval Angie bowl. I'll bet she makes more of them. I'll bet, because I think it went over real. I think I paid $20 for mine. And that was an offer up. And I think people were very kind and let me have it. I don't know what she's going to charge for them, but yeah, I was really impressed with the oval ones. Well, it was more of a rectangle. It wasn't oval. It was a long rectangular type bowl, more than an oval. It wasn't like a round oval. It was more rectangular, but I think Jacqueline called it an oval, but. Yeah, embroidering on a yo-yo. I'll bet that was cool. Mary, are you on all messages? No. 'Cause it kicked me out or something. I got out and had to get back in. Did you see my comments above about your shorts? No. Mary, are you on all messages? No. Mary, I'm excited to see what's happening with the Fib Diggity Bed and Breakfast. Yes. If you watch my shorts, I'm going to go into like a little, what I want to do is draw some of the younger kids into watching. They love, let me tell you, they love AI. I've said this before. I have been streaming for what? Going on 12 years now? Not streaming. I've been a channel for 12 years. I've been streaming. It will be 10 years. No, wait, hold on. I came down here in 2016. I started my channel in 2013, June of 2013, 23, 24, 25. So, my channel has been, 12 years, and I've been streaming for 10 years. Does that make sense? Up around in there. My arithmetic is horrible, and I'm getting tired. But anyway, all of those years that I've been streaming, I have been wanting to draw in the youngers. Most of my viewers are like 35, ages 35 on up, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I thought, how, I would love to catch a hold of what the younger kids, and I call them kids, the younger people, because they are people. And so I've noticed when I've done these shorts with the AI on the dream screen, they all of a sudden showed up. They are very interested in AI, and they should be. They should be, because it's going to impact their lives. And I'm also getting more viewership. Now, that might have something to do with YouTube reaching more countries, but I'm also getting people watching from different countries. And my subscriber base is growing very small. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It drives me crazy. But it is growing at a very small, very, very small pace. It was stagnated for the longest time. And I think the shorts that are reaching the younger people, and I think, and I notice when I do a short where I'm showing my virtual self, who is an older, she's really looks older than I am. She's going to be me in 10 years. And or I'll be her in 10 years. But I noticed that when I show the shorts geared toward her and what she's doing, unless she's doing something crazy, the younger people don't tend to watch it. But when I do something crazy like the creepy dolls, they love the creepy doll series that I did there, where they had, I just started showing creepy dolls, and then I had them decorating for Halloween, and then they had a Halloween ball. And that really, I didn't go viral, but it increased my views beyond what I normally get. And so, when I look at the analytics, I see that the younger people are watching those type of shorts other than something like me sitting down and sitting on, although the one of me sitting on the front porch talking about my hair, it didn't do bad. It did pretty good, but it did not get the same, it did not draw in those younger people in the same way. So my point is what this Alec is mentioning my most recent video where I'm talking about the bed and breakfast. A long time ago, not a long time ago, a couple years ago, when we still had Fibsville, we had a member, and most of you probably still, long-term people still remember Holly Dalton. And when I was more consistent in telling Fibsville and Fibdiggity stories, Holly, we would talk about who's going to do what. And Holly Dalton said, well, I'm going to run a bed and breakfast. And, I said, well, what color would it be? I think she said it was a Queen Anne house. I'd have to go back and check the chat. But in my head, in my imagination, she said it was a blue bed and breakfast. So I looked, well, I didn't really research it. I just told the AI that I wanted a blue bed and breakfast, and that's what it gave me. But in my storyline that I'm developing here, that Holly Dalton passed away. I miss her. Several of our viewers have passed away. If you guys remember Azure Muse, she's long-term, has been watching forever. She passed away, sometime last year. Topaz Pearl Girl would pop in here. She passed away. I'm going to, Azure Muse ran the or in our storyline. Azure said she'd run the bakery, and Topaz Pearl Girl really didn't run anything in Fibdiggity or Fibsville per se, but I have a modeling paste recipe that I'm going to share, and I want to do some kind of commemorating people who have been a part of coming into my channel and passing away. Mitzi, again, did not really, that I remember, And then a couple of folks just don't come anymore. Um, Jen Glines was the editor of the Daily Fibber, which is our Fibdiggity newspaper. She doesn't show up in here much anymore. And who was the other one? Oh, Janet Baum. Janet and I are still friends, but she doesn't really watch my videos anymore. Janet and I talk privately offline. Janet's gone through an awful hard time. Keep her in your prayers. Another person who to keep in your prayers, and I'm on the prayer theme now, is Cheryl, little sister Cheryl. We just lost contact with her. Several of us have tried to contact her, and we're getting no response. We're worried about her. We have none of her family has posted anything to my knowledge. But, you know, we get to know each other in here. We get to here I am pulling at a piece of tape on my tabletop. But I would like to kind of draw in some of the people that have passed away and kind of commemorate them and tell stories. Another person who passed away is Deborah Brown. Some of you may remember Deborah Brown. She gave me this air conditioner thing one year, and she gave me a fan. I still have the fan. It's upstairs. She gave me a tall, I'm pulling at a piece of tape here that's on my desk, a tall floor fan. The table air conditioner, took it out in the kitchen, and it eventually wore out. Wasn't really fulfilling the purpose, but it was the thought that counted. So, but getting back to the story that I put up recently, the bed and breakfast that was been sitting empty because Holly passed away. I walked by it, and I'm moving a new family in there. They're going to be the family of my third cousin. Well, my first cousin would be my mother's sister's son, would be my first cousin. Then his kids would be my second cousin, and their kids would be my third cousin. And that makes sense because I met my second cousin, my first cousin, and I met my second cousins, and they are married, were married and had kids, and so there are third cousins out there that are probably all out in Colorado. I probably have third cousins running around out there. But in my story, I'm going to bring them in there and move them into that house, and they won't be because I don't know them personally in my real family. They're going to be my virtual family on Fibdiggity. And I'm already making stories up about them. I know his occupation. I know what she's going to do. I know the twins in my story. I just have to build it. And I'm hoping by having the twins as teenage twins, that I'll be able to do some things that will be interesting to the younger kids, because I want to draw more of the younger set into my. I may not get them to chat, but if I can get them to watch shorts, I'd be happy. And I am. They're coming over, and they like. Let me share this. I can't share. I don't want to play his video because I got in trouble doing that before. And it was my fault. Not trouble. I just shouldn't have done it. But I can go to his channel. And he talked recently. Dee Dee introduced him to me. Let me go there. Here, let me type in. Dan the creator, he talks recently about, I think it's this video, and I can't play it. Let me go to his channel. Let me go to his videos. Let me get out of mine. The worrying future of YouTube. And he talks about younger kids and the younger, they have, I think he called it an attention, I think he called it an attention deficit, but I wouldn't call it a deficit. They grew up with computers and with YouTube. These younger kids, and they want things now. They want things, you know, and it's just a whole different vibe with them. It's very fast. And I've noticed that on my same channel is they'll watch my shorts that I gear toward weird stuff. They like weird stuff. I mean, we like weird stuff, but not in this. I mean, I got a lot of you watching my creepy dolls, but the majority of my views probably came from that younger set. And I've noticed that on my videos that the one where I threw paint at the canvas, I got a lot of views on that one. And if I go in my analytics and look at it, it's the younger people that are watching those things that are kind of offbeat. Weird is maybe the wrong word for it. It's offbeat. It's a whole different vibe than me sitting on my front porch talking about what my hairdo, my long gray hair. So, and I just find it. But if you have time to go watch Dan the Creator, he does some very interesting stuff. Dee Dee introduced me to him one night. This was when I was very first getting into those AI dream screen and just learning about it. And Dee Dee shared a video from him where he talks about different AI apps, different AI processors. Never do these things on YouTube. 99% of you will fail at YouTube. Now, see, I don't know about that. You only fail if you quit. That's my attitude. Don't quit. You may have a bad video. I have bad videos. I make mistakes. I say things wrong. You guys correct me most of the time. But you got to keep going. And, I have times where I don't want to stream. I'm tired and, I need a break every now and then. Especially when I have a crazy life going on behind the scenes, and that was last month. But I wouldn't, you only fail if you quit, if you don't try anymore. What you need to do if you make mistakes, evaluate mistakes. If you have a video that's not performing, ask yourself why. And I have a lot of videos that don't get a whole lot of views. My channel is not up there with Dee Dee's and Barb's and the Frugal Crafters. They have a lot more viewers than I do. But I'm okay with that because it's where I'm at. And I've been watching this one short. It'll come on and I don't know who it is. I'm going to have to write it down. But he'll do a short and there'll be the question. So you only got 5 views. Why do you keep posting? And he answers and he said, well, that's 5 people who took time out of their life to watch what I was doing. Or your post only got 5 likes. And he said, well, that's 5 people who thought that they enjoyed it enough to give it a thumbs up. Something like that. And you only fail at YouTube if you quit. That's my attitude. And don't be in the 99% that are going to quit. This is boring, but you'll hit 1,000 subs. And all this, I'm sure it's true. All this chatter about titles and thumbnails just drive me crazy. Drive me crazy. Because my titles, I make my titles what I'm, like tonight. I'll probably put bookbinding. Did I do Rebecca's haul? I haven't done Rebecca's haul yet. I got a real small haul from Rebecca. I'll have to do that. you know, I usually, sometimes I'll just say Meri's going live. I do take the time on my shorts. Let's go to my shorts here. I do title my shorts. Like here's the one. Well, you can't see the title. Well, I don't mind playing mine. I won't get in trouble with mine. This is my title, Fib Diggity Hot. Oh no, that's where I'm going. A Fib Diggity Queen and Home gets a new family. So I take the time, although you don't really notice the title down there. I notice it in my studio. But I do title my shorts. But I don't do a lot of long form videos anymore. But most of my live streams, let's go to my live streams. Let's back out one. Let's go to my live streams. Live. My titles there, well, here I left Meri as live. This one I titled tonight. Let's turn it this way. I titled it what I thought I was going to do. But after I stream, I go in and I'll change my thumbnail around. Maybe something I did, maybe my book binding. This is just me shooting a picture before I go online, a thumbnail with my camera. The last couple I've left as live, but I usually go in and you can tell I did these in October. Happy Mail, art journals, the dog stamp, mixed media, and more. That's where I was designing a dog stamp. And I don't always put text on my thumbnail. You can see here I didn't put text, but I have a thrift haul, Happy Mail, art journals, mixed media, more. I think I was working in an art journal there. So, and then I always put my picture there, my Penelope picture. It's not my picture, it's Penelope. And some thumbnails I don't, these are, whoops, let me get out of that. Because I'm on my channel and I'm looking at my live streams here, some of them are memberships because I can see my own memberships in here. So I don't want to bore you guys, but title and thumbnail, title and thumbnail, title and thumbnail. I get so tired of hearing it. And I get so sick of seeing somebody's face, their own face on their thumbnail, you know, with some kind of a weird expression. And I suppose it does draw in the views and everything, but I'm not going to put my own face on my thumbnails. I'll put Penelope's face on them. So that's just my attitude. All right, let me go back to my chat here. I got out of everything. I'm just yakking. Let me go back. Oh, I'm at Dan the Creators now. Let's go look at some more of his stuff. CapCut is one. I think it's is AI. CapCut's new AI video maker is something or other. His posts, The Worrying Future of YouTube. That was an interesting one because he talked about the future and he calls it worrying. I don't worry about the future. It's going to happen. I'm just trying to make the best of today. My other channels. I didn't know he had other channels. Dunny Travels and Crazy Nature Facts. I'll have to go watch those. YouTube is changing. Why your views die after 48 hours. And I see that on my own channel. Like you guys will watch the live unless you're really interested in something on the live. You generally don't come back and watch it again. And so I get good views on, well, fairly good, probably consistent with, I used to do much, much better, but YouTube's, they changed stuff. I noticed everybody's long form and live views went down after shorts came in. And I'm not unhappy with my life, but I don't get 46K views on a live stream or even on a video. I just don't, you know. They're in a whole another world than I am. But I'm okay with where I am. I'm okay. Because I feel like I get to know you guys. I get to know my viewers. If I had 46,000 people coming in and watching a live stream, I wouldn't be able to keep up with you. So it just depends on your own. Let's see, I was going to go to my channel here. And I was going to come back into my live stream and look at chat. Allie K got me. Allie K asked me about the comment on the bed and breakfast video, and I went off into a tirade. Allie K says, I work at the paper too. I do the graphic design and layout. Well, Allie K, we should make you the editor. Another thing I'm doing in my shorts, you've only seen one. I need a drink of water. Another thing I want to do, you've only seen one. You've seen the thrift store, Fib Diggity thrift store building. Let me skip that ad. Now you've seen the bed and breakfast, but I want to show the buildings. Like there's a library, there's the courthouse, there's the police station, there's the bakery, there's, you know, Fib Diggity is a small community. The only problem I'm having with the shorts, by doing that in shorts, is I don't consistently get the same, like if that bed and breakfast, I don't consistently get the same building across all the videos. So it's the fault of the AI. Excuse me, I had to get a drink of water. But I want to eventually draw all of this that we've talked. There's the barber. Mina, I don't think she's in here, but Mina wrote a really cute little, and it was a Halloween story. I've got it in one of my journals, the Halloween story that Mina wrote about the ghost of the barber and the barber shop. And there's Flo, the waitress. I think we called her Flo before Janet Nash, you know, Flo after but there's Flo, the waitress. There's the motorcycle guy was Johnny. There's the lead paper criminal. That's how it all started. So, you know, Fib Diggity in Fibsville has been going on for, well, 3 or 4 years now. Well, no more than 3 or 4. I started streaming in 2016. I don't think I talked about Fib Diggity till 2007, probably the end of 2016. So almost 10 years. And I would do Fib Diggity, or Fibsville at that time, stories. So, but eventually I kind of want to work it into my shorts, like the bed and breakfast that Holly used to run. And I've got another story about that. Not involving the family that we're bringing. Well, it kind of involves them, but the main focus isn't on the family, but it's kind of going to be centered on Holly's bed and breakfast. So that's kind of, I got all this stuff churning in my head. I need a workbook. Yeah, I do keep ideas. I do keep idea list of things with my shorts. So, all right, I got an ad. Let's see, Alec has put a link to Dan the Creator. Thank you for doing that. Dee Dee introduced me to him. It's Fibsville, Fib Diggity. Well, it started out being Fibsville. Fibsville was FIB, and because that carried over from Dee Dee's channel too. And I always said it was the musical scrapper who who created the term fibs, but Debbie Epps came in once and said it wasn't her, it was somebody else. But I always associated it with the musical Scrapper, who no longer is online. She's in the art channels. Dee Dee might still stay in contact with her, but anyway, it stands for Friends in the Box, FIB. And then when we started this little storytelling, we called it Fibsville. Well, around 2020, we had kind of a conflict in there in that time, and I wasn't even sure I was going to keep my channel at that time. I went through a really personal hard time, and I'm sure that other people did too. But it's all settled now. It's all in the past. All is good. But I've changed it. It affected my channel. Let's put it that way. It affected my channel. And so I changed the name from Fibsville to Fibdiggity, and I blamed it on a big blizzard coming through, a big storm coming, because it was kind of a storm. And, you know, some people didn't make it in the storm. That's how I'm saying it. And we decided at that point, I decided to keep my channel, to keep the storyline of Fibsville, but rename the town to Fibdiggity. And so that's what I did. And I'm happy with it. I'm at peace. I'm hoping that other people are at peace too, you know. So and we've all moved on. So and then as a result of that, in Fibdiggity, I have a historic, you know how each little town has their historic, I want to say, museum kind of. I want the history of Fibsville to be a part of Fibdiggity. So I'm kind of working on that too. Hi, Sylvia. Nice history recap. We love you, Mary. Yeah. And at one point, Arlene did some research for me, and I still have all her emails where she went back, and every time I told a Fibsville story, she copied the link of the video and sent it to me. And so I have that, and what I would love to do is get that all those videos in one playlist, but you'll hear me talking like I am now. It's verbal, and I'll be telling a story while I'm working on a project. It's more of a storytelling thing than an actual video that you watch. And I'd love to pull some of those stories in, you know, just like when, and I worked on it initially, I haven't finished it, when Little Ruby Rose went urban sketching and the polecat snuck up behind her and Bandit attacked the polecat and scared it away. And that's how Ruby Rose is a little gnome. That's how she and Bandit became friends. And I'm working that up into a short. And I when I told the story, I was doing sketches in my Society of Idea Collector journal. So there you go. and there's a lot more that I'm sure I'm missing, because we told other stories. We had a murder going on. They were blaming Bandit somehow. I think Bandit found it, but they were blaming Bandit for somehow, well, we didn't know it was a murder, it was a death. And Mina was going to hire the best attorneys in the country to defend little Bandit. Mina loves Bandit. Mina took care of Bandit for a couple of weeks. You know, just little things that we told in our streams. Let's see, what else did I miss here? The barber was named Floyd. I think so. I think he was. There was a storm in Fibsville, right? Yeah. And then we rebuilt it as Fibdiggity. Am I right? Yes. Yes. And that happened, I think that happened toward the Thanksgiving of 2019 into 2020, 2019, right around Thanksgiving, but Thanksgiving over the holidays. And so I said it was a big storm that came through. And I have to be honest with you, I was ready to give up my channel then. I was very undecided, but you know, here's the thing. You only fail if you quit. You make a lot of mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. I still make mistakes. But you only fail at this if you quit. You know, nobody's out there grading us. I suppose if people stop coming, I guess you could consider that a failure, but I don't. I just say, hey, their journey's someplace else. They're interested in other things, you know. And, I'm happy with who comes. I love you all. Love being a praise. I enjoy you. I enjoy your company. You guys keep me going. Let's see, what else is going here? Dan the Creator. Nessie Palette says, we build community. Yes, we do, Diane. And a lot of you, like Diane, and well, Sharon and Joyce have been along, and Alec Kay have been here forever, it seems like. But a lot of you are new to me. Relatively new in the last couple years. Messy Palette. And who else is in here? Sylvia, she's fairly new. I mean, it hasn't been years. She might have been watching. Karen Kay said she was up in the balcony before it was the balcony. Renee Suzanne has been around for a while. She used to be the Little Red Wagon. Vale and Sherry's been here for a long time. Carol's been around. Joyce has been here. So a lot of you have been long-term, but there are several of you who are, when I say new, I don't mean you're brand new. You're new in the last couple years. And people come and go, just like any small town. Really, any community, people are going to come and stick around for a while, or they'll move on to something else. And who was the blonde girl that got engaged? You know, I've been trying to think about that too. I want to call her Darlene. I can't even remember what I called her. She was engaged to Johnny. She had the pink toolbox. And she had some car trouble. And Johnny was on a motorcycle. And he stopped to help her. And he ran away with her pink toolbox. And I want to say it was Darlene, but it started with a D. I have to go back and research that. I can't even remember what off the tip of my tongue. I don't remember, to be honest with you. The pink toolbox lady. So, and you know who's new is Thumbelina. And we call her Lena. I did a short on her. She's running the thrift store. And I'm trying to get her. She inherited the thrift store from her grandparents, Aunt Thumbelina. Her given name was Thumbelina because she's kind of a short. Her family is short. They're not average height. They're not dwarfs, but they're short. 4 foot, 4'5", 4'8", up and down in there. And her parents named her Thumbelina. Was but she goes by Lena. She prefers Lena. And I'm trying to get her in my storyline. I'm trying to get her to rename she just kept her grandparents' sign, the Fibdiggity thrift store. I'm trying to get her to rename it to Thumbelina's because I think that's a really neat name for a thrift store. And I have a short, a 3-minute short that I haven't put up yet because I'm debating. It's kind of jerky. It doesn't flow nice, but it's of me going urban sketching. Do you want me to play it for you? I can play it for you. It's out in my studio. I'll play it for you guys. I didn't put it up because I'm not really happy with the flow of it. Let me go out to my studio and grab it here. I have to get there. Hold on. I'm out of my apps here. I'll have to find it. Hold on. It's way back, before the Halloween stuff, before the gnomes. Did I upload it? Oh, it might be out still on my drive. Hold on, let me check my drive. I don't think I uploaded it because I wasn't happy with it. Let me check my drive. Give me a minute here. There's where they're going in the hot air balloon. Here's the creepy doll. I have to turn my phone. Here it is. Oh, I have to turn the sound up. I call it urban. I'll start it over, but I have to turn up the sound.
What a lovely autumn day. Let's go urban sketching.
I'll restart it. I'm going to zoom in on it.
The weather is perfect to do some sketching outside.
Hold on. I'll restart it from the beginning, but I want to show it to you here. All right. It's only 3 minutes, but okay, there we go. This is the title of it.
What a lovely autumn day. Let's go urban sketching. The weather is perfect to do some sketching outside. How beautiful.
So I haven't uploaded this. There's Lena. See, she's kind of short.
What are you doing?
See, that doesn't flow right for me.
Would you join me? Ruby Rose, hello there. Are you going for a walk too? I have never seen a gnome before. Hi there, sweetie.
Look, she runs away.
Ruby Rose is an artist. Someday I will tell you how she and Bandit became friends.
The light's not good in here.
Of Bandit.
The lighting's much better than what I'm seeing in my phone.
Pose for I drew Bandit getting a drink. Look at the leaf on his tail. I put a leaf necklace on Bandit.
You can't see it very well.
I drew Ruby Rose and her hero, Bandit. Ruby Rose, it's getting late. You better run home fast.
I should have put it in portrait mode.
I better go too and make sure the store is closed. Lena, I really wish you would rename your store Thumbelina's. I will think about it. Bye. Thanks for the fun afternoon.
Now see, this would not interest the younger kids.
Oh, Bandit, there you are.
But we know all this history of fibdiggity.
Bandit, we should go urban sketching again. It was a perfect day.
And then I'm
Do you
asking,
urban sketch?
I just put up a sign there. Tell me in the comments, do you urban sketch? Yes or no? And then that's the end of it. Let me zoom out. But there's parts in there where I don't like. This is all my files. There's parts in there that I don't like. It doesn't flow good. But let me tell you, I was working on this. Do you guys remember me saying I don't have VO3, I don't have audio? It would go on, it'd go off, it'd go on. And that was about the time I was working on this. So the flow of this is not good. And so I haven't uploaded it to my channel. I might do the same type of script where she goes urban sketching and it might, I don't know. I might do it next spring. Let me go back into my live.
Improves your mood and your body starts feeling 20.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? Get these YouTube surveys. Come on. Skip the survey. Let me come back into chat. I saw some questions in there. I love the cat that is in it. Yeah. Yeah. Bandit. The pink tulip. Darlene doesn't sound right. No, I don't. It starts with a D. And Darlene doesn't sound right. It's. I'd have to go back and look in my journals. Because I got it scribbled out. I'll go research it. I can't remember her name. I know it starts with a D. I know I told that story too in a stream online. I lived in Phibbsville before the storm. I remember when Meri opened the Meri Atelier in Phibbsville. It was an exciting time in the community. It was a whole different time. I think we were, well, you know, things have a path, a culture. People come and go. And, you know, I'm okay with that in the long run. Think of a small community, especially those of you who've grown up in small communities, but maybe even a small community in a big town. Things never stay the same. People come, people go, people have different attitudes, people agree on things, they disagree on things, there's spits and spats and, you know, and then there's the making up part, there's the recovery, there's the, you know, so to me it's kind of all natural. But at the time that Ali Kay is talking about, it was an exciting time. You can kind of think of that as, in real life, think of the 1950s, how after World War II, but in the 1950s was a time of rock and roll, and they were rebuilding a lot of things. There was almost a whole different vibe. People were coming together, especially in the smaller communities. But over the years, in the 1960s and 70s and 80s and 90s, and then the year 2K hit, and, you know, well, by the time, 75 years later, almost 75 years later, we're a whole different, in real life, we're a whole different community. A whole different community. We think different. We live our lives different. Things have changed. People have passed away. People have moved away. You know, so it's just life. And in a way, I think this transition from Phibbsville into Fibdiggity mirrors that. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, I enjoy the storyline. I enjoy developing it. the characters they're not, what do I say? They're personal to me, but they're not ultra personal to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mentally attached to them, but I've developed them, and they're a part of my thinking because they're a part of the stories that I tell. But I don't want you to get the idea that they're the only, what do I say? I don't even know how I want to phrase that. I'm not completely mentally attached to them, let's put it that way, if that makes any sense. Sylvia says, Meri, awesome work. I agree with you about the flow. I hope you make the time to have this meet your standards. Yeah. I think she's talking about the video that I showed where she went out urban sketching. I might work that up for next spring because, as I said, I didn't have the VEO3 then. I could get sound, but the audio, I think you guys may remember how I said, I don't have audio. It would come on, it would go off. It would come on, it would go off. It's pretty consistent now. I still have to clear the cache out of YouTube, but generally it's pretty consistent as I'm going through my scripts. And I do have the VEO3 now. I know where it's at. I can generally go to it. This one that I did with the bed and breakfast, that went really good. It was only 5 scripts, but I didn't have any trouble between them. The trouble that I have now is getting, she wears a white shirt in one picture and a yellow shirt in another. In some, I'll tell the script, I want white hair in a French roll now. And it comes back with the white hair fine. Sometimes it still puts it on a bun on her head. Sometimes it cuts her hair short. Sometimes it puts the French roll on there. And those of you who've watched me do the dream screen, where they give you four pictures to choose from, you feed it the script, and then it comes back with 4 pictures, and you pick one of them, and then it creates the video. Well, I spend most of my time now trying to pick a picture that matches my script. It doesn't, sometimes it goes way off base. You know, I get mad at it sometimes. I say, I didn't tell you to put those extra people in there. Where did that, and sometimes I want them to talk and they don't, you know, and I say, it's right there. You said it before, why aren't you saying it now? So there's a lot of picking and choosing, and that's where I spend most of my time now. Sylvia says, hi, I'm back. It's 8:45. Let's move on and do something rather than me rambling on about my shorts. I will say again, I think the shorts are, and what YouTube is doing, I think, first of all, if YouTube did not, some other online service would. And because it's going to be here, and the younger kids know it. This is a small haul from Rebecca Wills, and this was not the one I did today. This was a small one that I did a couple weeks ago. I don't think I went to, she's streaming on Sunday afternoons now. Rebecca Wills, if you're ever interested in her sales, she sells on Sunday afternoons. Let's see, what did I get? Oh, I remember this. Is that all of it? It was just a small haul. That's all of it. Let's see. Should I zoom back in a little? I'm way off of my my red dot. Let me zoom in just a teeny bit. You can see I got a calendar, a fabric calendar. Oh, I bought some of this. She makes this fabric strips that she stamps on, and I really like it. I could do the same thing, but it's nice just to buy it from her. She stamps the word vintage, and she stamps other things on it. I just got the vintage one, and I think there's a yard of it here. And I like to use this in my, when I'm doing, you'll see several of these in my journals. So I like to do that. I might keep that out. This was a little doily. I think I only bought one. It's a vintage one. And it has the word vintage on it too. Let me hold it up so that you can see it. The word vintage. And it's got some little florals in there. That's kind of cool. I might keep those both out. It looks like some orange lace. She was selling that tonight. Some orange lace. I'm going to put that in my zine journal. Here's some more. I think this is more of a red coral color. So I don't know if she calls it a color. It's got a ribbon through it. I don't know if that's red, coral, or orange. It looks orange in my, but it's really a darker orange. I think it's got a red tinge to it. And gift. One of these was a gift. I don't know which one was. I don't know which was the gift. One of these was a gift. I tend to think it might have been this. No, because she wrote on this. I don't know which one was the gift. I suppose if I go look at the video again. And here's some more text fabric. I think she stamped text on this. This is cool. Very nice. And there's probably a yard here. This is the type of things that, but she was selling batik fabric this afternoon. Lots of it. And then I got this vintage calendar with the cardinal on it. And the birds. And the calendar. I don't know what year it is. Let me take the tag off of it. It's really bright and pretty though. Throw that away. Isn't that pretty? Let me get it down then. Isn't that pretty? Oh, it's 1977. The year is 1977. So that's my small Rebecca haul. I'll have a bigger haul coming up here. She hasn't invoiced me for today yet. I don't know. I'm going to get a pretty big invoice from her. All right. So what I want to do in my last hour here is I'm going to say this out, and this that says vintage, and this text, and I think I'll put this vintage back. Get these ads. I love fabric calendars, Sylvia says. All of my mom's, all of my Moors? I can't read on my tablet what that means, Sylvia. All of your moms. Your your mother had fabric calendars? You have all of your mother's fabric calendars. Mary, Alec says, going back to Fibdiggity, was the blonde girl named Goldie? No, but she should be. No, it started with a D. Maybe we should rename her Goldie in honor of, maybe she'll go through. I don't think they got married yet. There's a story in there that I was developing, and I think I told it, but it didn't go very far. Johnny, there was an argument over who owns the building that the Meri Atelier is in. Because, see, I'm just renting that place. I don't own that building. My grandparents used to run a general store in there. But they never owned it. Well, the lead paper pencil criminal, you know, him, Frederick, the reason he was after that lead pencil, he was looking for a pencil that was hollowed out, but it was a lead pencil, and it had something to do with something inside of that pencil that had documentation. But his cousin, there's a whole storyline in there, and it never really went very far. But his cousin also is claiming ownership of that building, and the cousin wants to tear the building down and make a parking lot out of it. And that's kind of where it stopped off. Well, the blonde lady is getting married to Johnny, and Johnny is a nephew to the lead pencil criminal guy, who is started out looking like a bum, but he's also a very rich bum. He was hiding his. I'm going to have to go back and review all my stories, because he's a very rich bum. And him and his cousin, who's an older guy, they're arguing on who owns the building where the Meri Atelier is. And that's kind of where that stopped off. But the blonde lady and Johnny were going to get married. You say they were engaged, and they were going to get married. But they went off to a town, and the leather coat, she kept Johnny, when he was repairing her car when they first met, he took her toolbox, but he took his leather jacket off. That's how that went. He took his leather jacket off. Well, when he left his leather jacket in the car. You might remember this story. I told it. I remember telling, see, I have to research all what my storylines were in the past. But he left his leather jacket in the car, and he took her pink toolbox. And she found his leather jacket, but there was a note inside. And that note had a special meaning to it. And I can't remember what it was off the tip of my tongue. But it eventually led them back to where he got the leather jacket, where Johnny found the leather jacket. He got it at a yard sale. And it was owned by the lady who the lead pencil criminal is eventually going to marry. Something like that. And that was all being told around the time that we had the storm hitting Fibdiggity. So the storyline kind of got lost in there. And that's kind of where I dropped off. We also had a story where there was a death. They found, Bandit found a dead person, and they were blaming Bandit. That's kind of a story that never really got developed. We never solved that story. And there's a couple other stories in there that never really got fully developed. Here I am peeling paint off of my... There's one more thing that I want to do before I quit here. And I was saving this off and then saving this and this. Was I going to save anything else? Let me put this back in the envelope. And I want my dried flowers and the transparency. We're going to make a quick, I need an image. I would like to have a Tim Holtz. I don't know if I can grab a hold of one. But let's see, this and this, and let me get a transparency. I have those transparencies. Let me put this paper up before I crush it. My parchment paper. Yeah. The dried flowers. The dried flowers, the text, the doily. I need a transparency. Hold on. I'm looking. Did I show you guys this? I think I did. Alright, I'll go back to that. I don't want to get too distracted. I turn around and I start looking for stuff and then I get distracted. I'm looking for my transparencies. Here, did I put them down here? I need a transparency. And I want a Tim Holtz photo. Or some type of a vintage photo. Let's see what I have. Maybe I have something in here. Hold on, I have to sit down. I don't know how this opens again. I think it's sweated shut. Hold on. I'm looking over. Some of my pens. I'm looking for a vintage photo. How it neat out here, I don't know. Or anything vintagey. It's when I want it, I can't find them. And they're going to change that one of these days. Let me reach for this. Oh, I have to stand up again. Aha! Oh ho! Aha! There we go. Here's some good stuff. Parchment. Hold on. Doesn't want to cooperate. Little doll. Picture. Some scrap. Alright, I think I have enough to go on. I'm still looking though. Looking at maybe this. Alright, I think I have enough to make a transparent art journal page. Alrighty. Maybe I should zoom out now, because I zoomed in to show the... No, her name wasn't Holly. It started with a D. Holly ran the bed and breakfast. It started with a D. Hi, Brenda. Thank you, Mary, for a great time. I'm heading to bed. Bye for now. Good night, Brenda. Thanks for popping in. Allie says, I'm not giving up. It started with a D. It wasn't Darlene. I can't remember what I called her. It was a couple years ago. I forgot. All right, let's pull a transparency out. Maybe that one I had out. Of course, it's at the back, not the front. And I want my fine art glitter glue and my double-sided tape. All right. And I was trying to get this box open. It sealed shut for some reason. It should flip open here. Oh, there it is. I got it. I was opening it the wrong end. Diamond. No. I probably could go back and look. Let's see. These are some things I was doing. I want to see if there's something in here that I can put in there. That's just a cluster. Some postage stamps. I should save those out. I'll be needing them. Let's see if there's anything that I want to put in here. There's a zine I was working on, a Valentine zine. No, nothing in here. This box I made with Becky. What is it? It has Becky's doodles on it. She sent me some of her doodles and I put them on here. They're stickers. That's not, there's nothing in there. I'd like an old photo is what I'd like. You know what? They're across the room, but I can't get to them. All my photos. Because I moved a whole bunch of boxes back in here. My room is, I tell you, I just don't have enough room for my stuff. That's my problem. My problem is I don't have enough room for what I want. Maybe I can pull one out of one of my old journals. I want a vintage photo. Let's see if I have something in here. I think this is all paper. This was one I was going to create. This was all done off of Aaron's paper, so I don't have, no, I don't have any book lovers. Ooh, here we go. This'll work. All right. This is Amazon stuff, but that's fine. I want to do a transparent art journal page. So we got my dried flowers. We've got a little doll. We got a transparency. I don't know if I'll use that. Let's see what I have in here. Let me, is that transparency over those flowers? Let me put that there so they don't get crumbled. Let's see what I have in here. This is a book lover's junk journal pages. I want to see. It will go with that vintage doily. I want to see if there's anything in here that's catching my eye. I want an image. There's a Pegasus. That wolf. We used to have this picture, that wolf, a vintage picture of that wolf howling at the moon. My mom had that. I'm sure my brother probably has it now. I don't see a human though. I must have pulled all the humans out. I think this is just white. Well, for being book lovers, there's no people. Here's a man reading a book. Here's an old book page. I like that. Alright. Might use the doll. I don't know if I like the doll on it. I might have to come back for the people. I wanted a vintage photo. Wait, what's this? Oh, here we go. We'll use something off. We'll use one of these. I think her, maybe. Author, Bottles Baby. See, why did they cut that off? It's what I want. Well, I don't want to do a whole lot of digging here. I'm going to save her and this. And I don't know if I'm going to use that. I don't think there's anything in here because they're not. I might use a word. Author, papyrus book, unpublished. Titles. This is all related to books. It's upside down. This was just an Amazon clip art type thing. I do like that, but I think I'll use that text. I don't see anything in here that... Alright, let me put that up there. Is there anything... Oh, here. Let me see. This I got. This I probably got from Rebecca. Or Deborah Ham. This is more like what I'm looking for. These are cool. This is German scrap art. Maybe I'll do these instead of these. This is more what I'm wanting. And these are cool. I think this one. And we'll put these back, and now let's take a page. And I'm going to put my little doll in there, because I'm not going to use her. And let's take a page. And it's in German or something. Now see, it's going to be transparent, so I can do something on that shows on both sides. And I'm tending to that one. Let's see what these others are. Here. These are really old pages. I can't write. It looks like German. It's not Old English. It looks like German. It does not look like a Bible. It's some sort of a novel. And either that or this. So let's put these away. And I'm going to put them in this. This is probably came from Rebecca too, because she sells these paper packs. I bought a paper pack from her today. You solved the mystery? Her name was Destiny. Really? Her name was that sounds right, Destiny. That sounds right, Destiny. Destiny, that you solved it. Karen says, Desiree. I was close. You were close. Like he said, it was driving her crazy. I couldn't remember. It's been a couple years ago, and you know, you that stuff goes in and out sometimes. I'd have to go back and look at my channel. Now, this I'm going to save. I was thinking I could put this on wax seals. I should put them in one of those little bags. Where did I put that sack? I think that sack had a little bag in there. Let me see if I can find it. I took all my other little bags out in the other room. Here, we're going to put those in here. These are real flowers from the... I got there too late. I should have done this earlier in the summer. Impatience would have been real. These are mostly impatient petals, but they're very delicate. I was surprised how some of these others that were zinnias, small zinnias, but they're zinnias, they held up pretty well in the microwave. These smaller ones, I think the frost kind of got at them. I'm not going to save any more. It's just too hard to get them in there. These and these. All right, so I have to build my page here. I've got the doily. I want some of this print. I haven't decided which flowers. I will probably something off of there, but let's just put them over. Let's put them up for now because they're in my way. I want to build my page here. And these will be probably the last things to go on. Let me put them up above. All right. My page is only going to be a half. And it's got a white border here. I think I'm going to leave it. And I'm going to fold it in half. If I can. This is a transparency. Where's my bone folder? And this would be neat to take them sew. Take some of these out to the sewing machine and just sew a line down there. But I think that's going to work. Now before I tape or glue it, I'm going to work in it. So I'm going to start with this. And there's nothing on this side. And I think I'll go with... Let me reach for it. I think I'll go with this because this has some, this is all in a foreign language. It's either Swedish or German or something, language I can't read. But this is all clear there, and I can put this here and put it in here like this. I'm going to sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! Excuse me. And see, then I can, and I just put a little dab of that fine art glitter glue, and I have the doily. Now the doily, I do think I'll put the doily on this side, and I have the French. I'll put this back in, this text back, and I have the scrap. And I have this. This is also transparency. These are baskets. This, I think, was a gift, a tissue type thing. But I kind of like the red roses. Oh, fan is blowing it around. I don't want the basket, I want the roses. Like that. Or apples? I guess they're apples. I guess I don't want them. I thought they were roses. They're red apples. I'm not sure where I got that. Probably in one of the cell packs. I'm going to put that up above. Hold on a minute. I had got so much stuff around here. Oh. Okay. All right. And then I do want something else on here, though. On the back, I'm kind of happy with this. But the flower, I guess I could put the flowers here, dried flower there. I could put the dried flowers on this, too. Do I want, see, I think this would go better here than over here. Oh, it says vintage. I could put it on there. And do I want this at the top or the bottom? I think I'll leave it at the top, and you know, I could take a part of this text and make a border like that. And this is where the sewing machine would come in nice, but I don't have sewing machine, so all right. So this here, yeah, I you know, when you can't decide, should something be, let me put this back in here. My question was, should it be on here? And I thought, well, it's kind of crowding out the flowers there, but take it away. If you take it away, it looks like it's missing it, doesn't it? If you put it there, it kind of covers up these flowers. But I kind of, well, I have to make it say, I have to put it right side up. And leave it on there for a bit. Oh, Sylvia, thank you so much. You guys are just, you're just too sweet. You're too sweet. Too sweet. Thank you so much, Sylvia. You just make my day. All of you do. Destiny. It was destiny. You solved the mystery. I went back and looked at an old video from 2019. Microwave. You microwaved your flowers? Yes. I showed at the beginning of the video where I got this. It's called a microfleur. It's kind of like a plate. You would think of a book plate, you know, a book press, but it's a flower press. And it's got the pads, it's got some fabric, and then it's got these, I call them plastic. I don't know if they're plastic. If they're plastic, they're a thick plastic. And you press them together. Now, I had a little bit of trouble with the zinnias. I do like how, the zinnias still had those pods, the little pod part of the flower, the base. And I'm going, they'll never press, but they did. They did, but I had trouble. They have clamps, and the clamps were plastic too. Well, they wouldn't hold it tight. So what I did is I used the flower press that you can put in the microwave. It's made to put in a microwave. And then I took 2 heavy glass bowls, 2 heavy ones, and I put one inside of the other, and I put on top of that flower press. And I think I microwaved them for, well, they tell you in the directions to do short bursts. And so I did 30 second, 60 second, and then I think I went to 4 minutes. And they came out pretty good for the thicker ones. Those thinner ones, the thinner ones I didn't microwave as long. All right. But what I was saying is, I was sitting here going, do I want to put this on here? And I left it for a while, and then I removed it. And I'm going, yeah, it belongs on there. In my head, this belongs here. Only I'm going to put it on before I'm going to attach this. I'll do that now. You know, it'd be nice to have something in here, maybe some of this looking through there before I tack it down. Let's see, how much do I need? What time is it? It's 9:23. I should have this done by 10. Let's see, we don't need too much. Maybe to right to there. Get my scissors. And we're going to tack. Let's move this out of the way. Oh, my stack is getting pretty high over there. I'm going to tack this onto this. Like so. Like so. Up a little. Maybe I'll put some glue around in here. It looks like it's kind of breaking there. So it's a good thing I'm putting it between papers. Let's see if I can get some fine art glitter glue out of this. I had a pen in there, but I did buy a refill for it. Let me get it going here. It's got a plug in it. I have to get the plug out. I don't like to use that little point that comes with them. They clog up on me. Just any glue is going to clog your stuff up. So I'm just going to put little dots of glue on here. And that's what I'm doing right now. Boy, I tell you, it's still kind of plugged. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm going to put it down like that, and then I kind of want to just maybe down just a little there, like that. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. And then I'm going to take this, and I'm going to take my page, and I'm going to put it on. See, this is blank in here. And there's just a little bit of text in foreign language that I can't read. And I'm going to put that right there. And I'll leave that text. Do I want to cover it up? No. I think I'll... Well, but this will cover it up anyway. Because I'm going to put this down in here, so I'm going to move it down like that. So I'm going to do that next. And this will all go on the back here. And I don't know if I can get enough, if I can get this glue flowing. We'll try it. Oh yeah, it's gonna flow. Oh, it's starting to flow. And then it plugs up on me. I probably should take the cap off and go at it from underneath here. It's plugging up in there. Let's see if that did any good. I was starting to get it and then it stopped. My fine point applicators, they do the same. They do the same thing. It's just a matter of trying to put glue through a... There it's going. And I'm just putting little dots. And we'll put some in the center. That should be enough. And it doesn't have to be glued clear out to the edge, because this is going to be set in between the transparency, and that's going to hold it. So let's put it right in here. And we're going to put this vintage, the word vintage. Now I don't think I'll put it straight. I think I'll put it, I think she's swinging this way. Her swing is at an angle, so I'm just going to slightly angle it. Like it's going with this. And this I got from Rebecca, this little doily. I just opened it tonight, so. And she was selling some more. It wasn't like this, but they were vintage ones. She was selling them tonight. I think she sold a lot. I think she sold most of them. And I'm going to put this one right in here, like that. And I think that's all I need. And then on the other side, oh, I might put a dried flower on there. On the other side, it's got this text. Now, I was going to put flowers on this, but it needs something else. What does it need? Oh, I could probably use, see, you can just pull stuff off of your desk. Here, this kind of goes with it. We could put it right here, because let's use the other side maybe. I don't know where I got this, but it was a tie. I think it's a part of a scarf that was tied up on something, probably some Happy Mail that I got. I think I'll cut this wrinkly part off. Because I want it to lay flat, and I don't want to fool with getting out an iron or something. We'll just put that right in there. That'll go with my dried flowers. And maybe I'll take some of this text and put on there. I don't have another, well, I do, but they're really too big for this. I have that, oh, I have that other, I'll have to get it out. We'll see. Let's put this on. I've decided I'm going to use this, so I'm going to put the glue on here. And it doesn't have to be glued right down to the very edge, because it's going to be inside of that transparency. And the transparency is going to kind of hold it down. And you guys, I was working out in the garden today. I was digging potatoes and pulling up vines and stuff. Pulling up the watermelon vines, pulling up the old dried up tomatoes. All right, let's get out that other, did I put it up there? I think I put it back in the bag. Let's get out that other. No, what did I do? I put it in that other bag. Hold on. I've got to find things that... There's the transparency. I put it back in. Oops, I don't want to ruin my flowers. Hold on. I stack things up. Here. Let's see how one of those will work on there. I'm thinking this taller one. This one. And it says made in Germany. And it could come out a little because, let me put these others back. I got them in my lap. Too much stuff in my lap. Let me put these down below. If you fit this in here, well, it'll just barely, maybe I should scoot it in just a little bit more. I'm going to leave the made in Germany. I'm going to put this here, and I can put some dried flowers there. So let's put this on. This doesn't feel like real scrap, but it could be modern scrap. It's not, I don't think it's vintage. It could be, but it doesn't have the feel of a vintage piece. It feels like it's a reprint. But that's okay. The book page is vintage. Oh, let's see what I have here. I might have to move some of this glue because I glued her up to the edge. I might have to put her all on here because I glued her in there and I don't want to get glue off on my... So we'll just put it like that. And then, let's get my flowers out. Carefully. Careful. And decide, I think I'll go to the second sheet here. I'll put this one back up there. And see which ones I want to put on here. See, these kind of have a... That's not... That is part of that white in there. If you can see the little white specks in there. They're part of that base of that flower. I think that was a yellow flower. Here's another one. And then I've got a tiny pink one. Now, is that too much? Maybe just two. Ooh, I like this side better. I like that side a lot. I like how that white shows. And let's flip this one over. And I think I'm going to bring them down a little. Like that. Which means I need something in there. Let's get that second sheet out. I think they're flatter. Find one that looks halfway decent. And these are real flowers. So if I put that one on first, put that with my shaky hand, put that one there and this one here. I kind of like that. Maybe I could take this one and reverse it. No. Reverse it that way. Makes it too thick. Maybe cut that off. Let's start with, let's put this one on. And I think what I'll do is very carefully put some little dots on here. If I can stop my hand from shaking. Sometimes if I rest my hand, don't try to hold it up in the air, it doesn't always work, but that helps with the shaky. There. That might be enough. And we're going to put that up above here. A little higher. We don't want to cover up the... there. I got glue on there, but that's okay. Let me get a paper towel. If you're talking to me out there, I'll come and look at chat after I'm done here. There we go. Now this one, I think I can't decide which side I want to put. That side, I think this one has more color. I think I'll put it right in there. Ooh, this one's pretty. This one's real pretty. Let's do this one. Yeah. I'm going to see if I can't do it over that stem. I don't know. Don't know if I can get that stem off. Where's my tiny scissors? They probably fell. Here they are. I might damage it now. See, that fine art glitter glue is pretty good. Pretty good stuff. See if I can clip that. There. Now, we're going to put this one here. Like that. And then, I don't know about those. How about this one down in there? I kind of like that. We'll put these back. So, we're going to put glue on this side. I think this was a red flower and this folded over. I think this is the underside of the flower. I really like how they dried. This was a zinnia. This was a small zinnia. I'm going to plant a whole bunch of zinnias next year. Let's put a little dot of glue there. And I probably won't have to put too much on the stems because this leaf is going to hold it down. But I'll put a little on it. You can dry flowers in the microwave without having the official flower press. I think Lindsay at the Frugal Crafter did a video on that. You might have to look for it, or maybe search your channel for it. I know, because that's where I learned originally how to do it. You put them on a paper plate, put a Put your paper plate down. Arrange your flowers on the paper plate. Put a towel over it, or a light fabric over it, a towel. A paper towel would work fine. And then you put something heavy on that. Maybe a stack of plates that this afternoon I used 2 heavy bowls on top of my plate. And you have to test. Not all flowers work the same. I don't know. Seeing how these zinnias surprised me. They actually worked better than the impatiens. Big, thick flowers won't work very well. And even these have a little bit of thickness in them. Now, see, I pressed on that and this popped up. Now, I feel like I need something up there. Maybe a little spot coming. I think this was a petunia, or it could have been an impatient. I don't know what it was. I think my petunia, I have a petunia here. Here it is. It didn't do so good, but it's still there. Hold on, let me see if I get this off my hand. I can even pick it up. This was the petunia. I kind of like it there. I think I'll put it there. And I'm going to put dots on the paper instead of the flower. And hope that's enough to hold it. Of course, I'm in my own light. Now, do I still want to put this little guy on? I think I do. Clean that glue off. Don't fly away. My lighting is so bad in here. I can hardly see where I'm going. Now I think that's real cool. And these flowers down here are part of the print. Yeah. I'm going to clip this little stem here. He's sticking up. So let's turn him over. I think I'm happy with this. Now you could do something with the edges, but I'm going to leave the edges like they are. I've got a thread hanging here from this. Now, I got those. I do think I'll rub a little ink on those. It's peeking out from the other side. Let me get an ink pad. One more turn of the wheel. I'm looking for, here, this might work. Coffee. And I'm just going to take my finger. Rub on it. No, I think I'll take I have to be careful because I got flowers on the other side. And I got shaky hands. I think that'll be okay. I'm probably zoomed out too far, but I'll zoom in when I get it all done. Now this side, I still wanted some of that fabric, but I'm going to put that fabric up at the top too. I want something down in there. And I think I'm going for the red flowers. Oops, that was 2 of them. There's 2 of them there. And they're pretty thick. I don't know if I can take them apart because they've been microwaved together. See, there's two stems there. I don't know, that's pretty thick. We've got a little thin one here. I like that. Let's see, I glued that down, so let's glue this down. This fine art glitter glue is doing a good job with these flowers. Now, up here, what do I have? I don't want to go too thick. These are pretty thick. I might just take some petals. What's this? Just put some petals on there. Here, this one's not thick. Let's try that. I'll put this one over here. If I can get a hold of it without it. They're pretty delicate. You should probably use tweezers. Your hands are big and thick, big and clumsy. It's still kind of thick, but I think it works. It's almost too much. I don't see any other that's... This one's thinner. That one works if I clip it. And it's smashed more. So I'm going to put glue on this. Now this probably would not work. The only reason this is going to work is because I'm putting it between the transparency. So the transparency is going to hold this stuff together. I think that's enough on there. So now I have to figure out how to put all this stuff away without, I guess, a book. But I'll do that after the stream. I'm going to put all these petals between a book pages. I should just probably put them in a journal someplace. But let's, for now, put them here. Maybe bring it down a little. Like that. That one this way and fold this one over. And be careful where you put them, Mary. Alright, so here's my transparency. So what I want to do is take this and put it in here. Just like that. And I'm going to dot some glue on here. Now it'll take a little bit of time for the glue to dry. I really only need to do it to one side. Let's do it to the back side. Now I need something to hold that down. Now I need something to hold this down. And ignore my dirty desk. So we're going to put some dots of glue on here. Just enough to kind of hold it in place. And it will probably show until it dries, but it will eventually dry. And I might smash it down a little. That might help too. I'm only smashing it down because I feel like it blends in more. Okay, now I'm going to take this and turn it over and put it in my page here. Maybe down a little. Over a little. Well, it's not going to go over. It's fine. Well, it's not straight. Let's see if I can straighten it out a little. Yeah, I'm pretty good with that. Now, I would love to stitch. I'd love to stitch on this. I could hand stitch on it. But let's see, I got a flower out here yet. So if I can squeeze him in that paper towel. Push him in there. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I'm not going to save him. I'm sorry, little flower. Alright, I'm happy with that. But now I want to take this texty and put it here and fold it over on the other side. So let's cut it. Make sure I have enough. I could always trim it off. So let's cut it right. I'll trim it off. I'd rather have more than not enough. I'll trim it right there. And I think I'll run some glue right there to kind of help hold it. That's gonna have to hold it for a minute. It's very vintagey, very Victorianish. It almost looks like it could go in those calendars, those Victorian calendars that I bought. But I love it. I do love it. It was kind of planned on the spot here because I just opened this stuff tonight. I had the die cuts. The flowers I did today. All right, let's get enough glue on this because we're going to put my fabric down on it. And I think the fabric is in French, so I'm not going to worry about what does it say. I wish I would have cut it different though, because there's a space in there, but it is what it is. I'm going to turn it over. Is it straight? And we're going to fold it over this way. I would love to stitch down there. I don't know if my needles would hand stitch in there. But see, this transparency now kind of holds the floral, the dried flowers in place. And that's why I can use them on my pages. You could also put them in a picture frame, in an ornament. I might take those that I have left and put them in a glass ornament. All right. If I have any thread out here or not. Got a clip. I've got ink. I'd love just to do some running stitches. I don't want to put double-sided tape. Double-sided tape will show. The glue barely shows. I put glue, spots of glue around this one to hold it to this plastic, but you see it a little right there. You see it a little in there, but it will eventually dry. So let's take this and put it. Let's put it in my bag. Whatever I did with the bag. Here it is. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. I think I should probably stop because Juju is coming on. And I'm at a good stopping point. I'll probably use this, probably this side as my thumbnail. But I might stitch along, hand stitch along the side here, because I just feel like it needs it. You know, not little stitches, just, oh, maybe half-inch stitches. I think would be fun to put maybe in a blue or a pink thread, or even a red thread would look pretty, because I've got the red flowers on there. I've got blue flowers there. Let me hold this up so you guys can see it better. And then we'll say goodnight. I got messes to clean up. But I had fun tonight. Kind of went off on a tirade on my chatting. But I haven't chatted with you guys for so long. Let me zoom in a little so you can see this a little better. And I'll hold it up. Teresa's in here. Hi, Teresa. So here it is. But go look up the Frugal Crafter. Search her channel for how she did dried flowers in the microwave. Because she doesn't have a flower press. She used paper plates. And, you know, it may be good that I leave this open for a while so that glue will get some air. So here it is. And I used the vintage fabric that I got from Rebecca. And I used her doily. These I had, and then I used an old book page and a die cut that I had. So let me come out and look at chat, and then we'll say goodnight, because Juju's coming on. Say goodnight on this phone because I can see you better. Oh, there's Teresa. Hi, Teresa. Good night, Teresa. Have a good night. There's Patty. Thank you, Patty. It's good to see you too, Patty. Sylvia, thank you so much for the super chat. That's so sweet of you to do that. Thank you. Microwave, you might microwave your flowers. Yes, I did. And if you look at the Frugal Crafter, it's been a couple years, but she and her daughters microwaved some flowers. And they put them on a paper plate, and I think they put a paper towel on them, and then they weighted it down. And when you don't expect, test it, do trials, but don't use big, huge flowers, like a big, huge carnation or one of those begonia flowers or geranium flowers. Those will not dry very well. Use smaller flowers. These were zinnias. I'm surprised that they flattened out as they did. I've got a petunia here, but I wouldn't go any thicker than that. And then weight them down. If you're using the paper plate method, you might, depending on don't use styrofoam plates, use paper plates. You might want to double up on them. And put your paper plate down, or 2 paper plates, then put your flowers on the paper plate, and then put a towel over your flowers, and then I would put another plate on top of that. I would put a heavy plate, a plate that you could microwave, and then weight it down. You could probably weight it down with a brick, but I used 2 heavy bowls, even on when I did these, because I knew it needed to press them. And let's see. Yeah, they work good in the microwave, and it's 10 minutes process versus 10 months. And Destiny. Allie K solved the mystery. Thank you for doing that, Allie K. And I think I'm all caught up with chat. So I want to thank you guys for spending time with me on a Sunday evening. I appreciate you so much. And don't forget, tomorrow's Monday. Becky comes on early in the morning. If she comes on, she usually comes on around 6:30. I noticed she posted that she's time zone changes kind of throwing her off. She posted real early in the morning this morning, I think. And but if she streams, she'll stream around 6:30, 6:45 Eastern time. And then Dee Dee streams at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Young streams after Dee Dee in the early afternoon, I think, around 1 Eastern, 12 Central. Barb Owen comes on Monday evenings, and I think Dana, and I don't know who else after that. I will be back on Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. So thank you guys so much. Have a great week. Bye.